If there's anybody in the chat, I'm actually not in it because I'm watching Satiri's live stream at the moment. Yeah, clone. I finally got it to work. I'm going to turn the chat off until Satiri's stream, until his races are finished, and then I'll be back. Ooh, 2 and 4. I've got 5 and 7. Hey Abby, clone. Poor Satiri. Man, he has such a tough time in GPs. Yeah. Yeah, he did. I know what his problem is, and it's pretty obvious to most people, I think. But, you know, I'll give him A for effort. You know, he gives it a go. I just don't know why he puts himself through the torture. Oh, safety car. Perfect. Well, not perfect. Would have been perfect. It was the third lap. People have started getting good levels on assets now. It's getting tough day by day. Yeah, it is. You've got to be patient with this game. You know, I didn't race junior or challenger. I didn't do a GP for the first at least month or something because I don't race in junior or challenger because they're pointless for me. I'm talking about me. I'm not talking about anybody else. I'm just talking about me. Nope. Nope. Every GP I enter to win. I don't believe in this, oh, let's just get P90. Like, to me, that's pointless. If I'm going to enter a GP to get P90, I'm not entering the GP. This year, I'm finding it very hard to even be motivated to do GPs. The only goals I have this year, as far as this game goes, is 1P1 champion, 1P1 contender. That's it. You know, there's probably a good chance there will be GPs I just won't bother doing. But that's not to protect groups, as they say. It's just because I've got no motivation to do them. The only motivation I've had for the past 3 GPs was this Nations Trophy. The big motivation this week is to get another P1 and make it another hat trick. No, it's got nothing to do with track selections. It's got nothing to do with boosts. It's just if I feel motivated enough to do it. See, the thing is, here in Australia, the GPs start at 6 p.m, right? And go through to, they start 6 p.m. Wednesday night, and they go through, we'll go weekends. They go, opening round starts 6 p.m. Saturday night till 6 p.m. Sunday night. Sometimes I've got better things to do. I'd prefer to be doing other things than racing GPs on a Saturday night. You know, to do a GP, to do 8 race, well, okay, take last year where I used to record every race singularly and then upload them. Those eight races used to take me 2 hours. You know, which basically killed Saturday nights. And sometimes I prefer to be doing other things on a Saturday night. You know, it might be a different story if it started at 9 o'clock in the morning, or even lunch, even 12 o'clock. But when they start at 6 o'clock at night, it's kind of like, do I really want to do this, or do I want to go out and do something else? It's just basically motivation. You know, I don't need the boosts. I don't need the assets. It's purely bragging rights. Oh, well, I got 3 in a row. or, you know, whatever it might be. And the only time I sort of stick my beak in someone else's live stream and say, yeah, but I got this, is when everyone's saying, oh, you can't do that on this track. Like just then on Satiri's. Oh, you'll never get 51 at Monaco. Well, yeah, you can. And actually, that Raf guy sort of pisses me off. I never know whether he's trolling or whether he actually believes half the crap he talks about. You know, in one breath he says, oh, I haven't done a GP all year, and the next time he'll say, oh, but I got this in a GP. It's like, well, make up your mind. Either you did or you didn't. I don't know what club he's in, so I can't go and look. You know, I hate it when people blame the game for something that's not the game's fault. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. I just haven't bothered to go look for him. Oh, crap, what was that? Oh, hit the wrong one. Knucklehead. You know, I see him on Az's stream and half the crap he talks about. Yeah, but that's last year. Yeah, I never know whether he's trolling or whether he believes it. But I've got to admit, sometimes some of the things he says is pretty funny sometimes. Like, he does come out with some funny shit sometimes. But going back to your question, I don't drop GPs to get better groups, because I'm not really sure I believe that's a thing. To me, that just sounds like an excuse. No, don't care if it's going to rain. You know, I've heard so many people say, oh, you know, if you get P1, you have to you have to get low F medals the next week, or you're going to get tough groups, or blah, blah, blah. Yet I know people that have got multiple P1s in a row. You know, I know a guy in my club, like, I wish I could show you last year of other people, but it won't let you do it. Like, he did the whole year and never got lower than P3. I think this year he's got 5 P1s. 5 or 6 P1s. Yeah, it's like the Silverstone one. Oh, well, that, you know, everyone's saying, one person says it, says something, and everyone then runs with it, you know. Like the Silverstone. Oh, well, they made it 3 laps because there's a bug in the pits. The bug doesn't affect the race. You know, if that was the problem, why did they run Silverstone 2 GPs in a row? You know, even if it is the UK, the British Grand Prix this week. Why didn't they just run it 7 laps like they did the week before? It's not like the bug mysteriously popped up last week. The bug's been there for at least 2-3 weeks. Sada. What's his club name? 400R. It's an interesting name. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I saw those pictures in on Discord as well. Because I made a comment. I put a comment in saying, "Oh, I guess someone forgot to tell them to drop. Told them, sorry. I guess people. I guess they forgot to drop groups to get better. To drop. Oh, what did I say? I guess someone forgot to tell them to drop GPs to get better groups or something." Yeah, the visual update. But yeah, who cares? Like, who asked for a visual update? You know, what was the need for that? When there's other things in the game that actually need fixing. Yeah, but what did it add to the game? Didn't make the gameplay any better. You know, and there's nothing wrong with the graphics in this game. Someone I know who plays this had a good comment about it. He was curious whether it was to compete with like F1 2026. Yet why you would want to compete with that game is beyond me. They're two completely different games. I think I forgot to do something. What are you up? 25, 22. I did too. I just don't understand why they would go to all that effort to change it so much for basically no improvement. You know, I've heard people flip out over it. Oh, look, it's so good. You know, oh, look, it's even got a Ferris wheel and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, really? What are you, 5? You know, it's like this tourist boost. One person says, oh, that boost is garbage, blah, 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 it's no good. Everyone believes it. Yeah, it works pretty good at Miami, Vegas. You know, it's not the greatest boost, but certainly a long way from the worst.
Sprint qualifying, Kimi Antonelli the closest to.
I do wonder sometimes whether people say, oh, people say things about this game hoping that other people will believe them and then won't one end of the GP, so it lessens the competition. Look, there was one creator I watched that was pushing the every battery except charge core. And I was like, why are you doing that? Like, the other batteries are garbage. Oh, I forgot to pit. Well, that was stupid. No wonder on P1 and P2. Oh, this is going to be a long, slow lap. Oh, I've got to give the rival the thought that he might win. Glad this isn't a sprint. You think, oh, I'm going to get him, I'm going to get him, I'm going to get him. No, you're not. He's probably thinking, damn, I really thought I had him then. He's probably thinking right now, how did he win? He did a whole lap with no tyres. It's not like they go flat or anything. They just lose their speed. If it was a real player, he might have smashed his head. I know one person that'd be going absolutely crazy over it. And I think you can guess who that is. Oh, the sun's finally coming up. Oh, it might have been up for a while, actually. I just didn't notice. By the way, I've done that at all 4 tracks in this rotation. I miss the days when we had wet boosts. Hex used to be a wet boost. It was magic in the rain. Yeah, it gets frustrating, doesn't it? I reckon the game knows what you want and it makes you wait on purpose. You know, it took me, I don't know, a couple of weeks just to get like 4 Ocon or whatever it was. It knew I wanted it and it just made me wait and wait and wait. Can't believe you can't do 3 wets. That is rubbish. Singapore used to be one of the funnest. It was one track you could have a lot of fun on, and they ruined it. When it was 7 laps, this track was a lot of fun to play. I just think it's pretty funny how you can cruise around on conserve and not lose any places. You should be able to do at least 3 laps on wets. You know, I get you can't do 3 laps on softs, but you should be able to do at least 3 laps on wets. I'll tell you what I have noticed lately. You can have one car just cruise on yellow, and you can have one car on conserve, and the car on conserve will just sit right behind them. Like they hardly lose any time at all. You know, obviously if you stick them on boost, it's a different story, but... They probably did 4 laps on conserve and lost, what, 1 place. What are we up to? 15.5 billion. Ooh, real player. Anything but Singapore. Oh, man. Oh, this game hates me. Well, Ocon's got 82. And Perez has got 77. And I don't want to go using tyre boosts on it. Tyre boosts are gold. Actually, put that one on. Yeah, one stops, especially when you're burning through boosts. Like one stops are the way to go. Kind of took the fun out of it. Like in Duels, when you didn't have to use boosts, you could play. People would play around with the strategy. You know, you could do 2 stops. Like Bahrain, you could do 2 stops. Melbourne, Australia, you could do 2 stops. Like, even Miami, you could do 2 stops. And that was pretty fun. Races are a lot more fun when you don't have to use boosts. Because basically the boosts dictate the strategy. You know, Barcelona, when it was 9 laps, it was fun to play without boosts. What's he using? Ballast. Also, we're both on the freebies. Hards was a mistake. Look at that, you know. Probably could have done another lap. Except this lap's so long, by the time he gets halfway around, the wets are going to be in. Yeah, okay, clone. Vegas. See your question, hang on. No, I didn't, sorry, hang on. I finally reached Series 9. Who was the best duo for this series? For now, I have Lawson 3 and Franco 4. I unlocked all Series 9 drivers. I used both of those drivers. What are we at? I forgot where we're at. Vegas. They're the drivers I used. I'll have a look. I'm pretty sure that's who I used. I know I used Lawson. I'm pretty sure it was Colapinto. If you want to know the best drivers in a series, I'll show you how to do it after this. I'll show you how to work out who's the best driver overall. Yeah, I'll show you who the best drivers are in Series 9. What am I doing? Yeah, I don't mean overall like Series 12 or anything. I'll show you how to work it out the easy way. And you can use it in every series. Like both of these drivers I think are still only a level Series 10. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure I used him too. Because his level, because you got him early, his levels were much higher. Like this GP in Contender, I'm using Button. But I've got Button at level 5. All my Series 9 rares, like Hamilton and Leclerc and all, they're all Series 8. They're all level 8. Well, yeah, I use them because they're my Series 11 drivers aren't high enough. And they keep winning, so there's no reason. It also keeps your team score down a bit. But I'll be able to tell who I used because I haven't upgraded every single driver, so I've upgraded all Hamilton and Leclerc and Norris and Russell and all that because they're ready to be used in upcoming GPs. I reckon if you stare at that circle long enough, it'd hypnotise you. I'm watching qualifying for the sprint race in the F1. Hadjar's third. He's doing a great job in that second Red Bull. Let's go have a look. Drivers. Yeah, Colapinto. Why did I upgrade Behrman? I upgraded Sainz because you had to use him in a GP. And I upgraded Antonelli, Hamilton, Russell and Verstappen because they're in upcoming GPs. I upgraded Leclerc because I was going to use him in a GP, but turned out he wasn't good enough. So yeah, it would have been... What did I upgrade Behrman? Was Behrman in a GP? But yeah, Colapinto and Lawson. Hey, Angelo. If you've got them... If you... Hang on, let's just shove him in here for a second. If you've got Colapinto... Swap them around so it's easier to get to. Right? And you've got any of these rares, and you compare them and they're better, then use them. But until I got these, which I've never used in a duel anyway, until I got those, I used Lawson and Colapinto right up till, I think, even the beginning of Series 10. I think I used both of them at the beginning of Series 10 until I got Ocon and Perez. But if you want to know who's a better driver, like in a series, like, okay, I've got these two, right? Say I want to know how good Hulkenberg is, right? Click on Hulkenberg, hit stats at max level and see what it is. When you go into a series, right? Say I went into Series 12, right? If I want to know if Hamilton is going to be, well, obviously he's going to be, that's pretty unfair. Well, say if I want to know if Sainz is going to be better, right? Antonelli, we'll use Antonelli. You click on that and you think, oh yeah, well, okay. Antonelli's got 85, 75, 95, 90. So then you can go to Albon. No, Albon doesn't really count, right? And you can look at his. And you can work out from the beginning of the series what are the two drivers you need to concentrate on. So you can basically say you can upgrade them and not waste coins upgrading everybody else just to see what they are. You know, like a level 1 is a level 1 Hamilton. Obviously, it's not better than a level 6 Ocon or Perez. But if you compare him in the series, look, okay, who's the best driver in Series 12? You know, you write down those, and then you just go through each one until you find one that's better. And then you compare him to what's left. That way you'll find out what driver in what series is the best driver. Well, in Series 12, it's not going to make much difference. You'll find out what driver is the best driver, and you can concentrate on upgrading them and only using your coins on them, rather than like go and upgrade, you know. Oh, I wonder what Hulkenberg is at level 6. So you waste coins and you find out, oh no, he's not really good enough. But if you compare their max levels, at least they're both on the same level, and you get a realistic look at which one's better. Like, I haven't upgraded Piastri, even though he's a level 8 as well, and I've got the coins to do it because he's not in a GP. Like all these others, Hamilton, Norris, Verstappen, Russell, Antonelli, they're all in upcoming GPs. That's the only reason they're upgraded. Hang on, did I actually put the right drivers back in? Yeah. And you can do the same thing with parts. Kai Wang. It's Saturday, isn't it? Yeah. Saturday morning. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, we got P1. Who's in second place? Behrman. Oh my God. What did they do to Behrman? He's come out of nowhere. Lamborghini F1. God, I couldn't imagine a Lamborghini Formula One car. Their road cars are junk. I've got a mate that's got a Lamborghini and spent more time in the shop than it does on the road. It's the biggest regret. It's just the. I've never seen a guy with a bigger case of buyer's remorse than him. Oh crap! Forgot to pit again. Oh well. Not that it matters. Done that quarter. That's what happens when you're watching the. When you're watching a replay of Formula One qualifying, and not paying attention to the game. People using overtake without boost. You got absolutely nowhere. Whoops, now you're in off the track. Always wondered if the top clubs in the game have like a tricks cheat sheet for their players, like best tyre for each track, down to the exact performance times. Maybe. I don't know about the performance times, but there's definitely, best tyres for each track. There's a lot of things you learn as you play this game. How many laps can you do when the rain starts drying out, starts counting down from 100? Stuff like that. Because that can make a huge difference. If you know that once it starts counting down, you can still do 4 laps, I wouldn't say it's a hack, but there's definitely there's definitely a lot of tricks I know about this game that I've picked up just from playing it. Oh, God, Singapore again. Singapore's a nightmare. Singapore gives me a headache. You know, I know how many laps I can get on each track once the rain starts drying out. I know very close to how long it takes to do a lap on each track. You know, most tracks it's 30 seconds, but there are a couple that it takes, 40, 45 seconds. And that's all just from playing the game. You know, I know at what point wet tyres take over on each track. Take effect on each track. And on a lot of tracks it's the same, but there's a couple where it's different. Well, that's something else too. There's heavy rain, there's light rain, there's cloudy, there's sunshine. All of those affect wet races. You know, if it's partially cloudy, they'll dry out slower than if they're, they'll dry out slower than if it's sunshine. You know, full cloudy will dry out slower than partial sunshine. And if you wanted to spend the time and actually, write it all down and work it all out, you could do it. I'm just not that way inclined. To me, that's just a lot of effort. If I was playing for dollars, it might be a different story. We ain't playing for dollars. Oh, I did it again, you an idiot. Man, 3 laps goes really fast. Here we go again. Got to start. I don't have to worry about conserving. I ain't got any tyres. Yeah, I loved it when it was fuel. I've got one nightmare from fuel, but well, this will be interesting. Hey, Bob. Yeah, I'm doing all right, man. I keep running. I keep forgetting to pit. I've done it about 3 times in the last 5 races. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, I'll use that one. I need to get better at saving energy for overtake mode. Find myself using overtake mode when I don't have power unit conserve. Yeah, it makes a huge difference, man. I've worked it out that overtake without power unit is like, it's just the same as having it on red. But you put the two together and they fly. How's contender qualifying? Dropped a point in Silverstone. Besides that, it was pretty good. Yeah, couldn't get, I think it was Lawson, couldn't get Lawson to overtake second place. Just didn't want to do it. Monaco was a good race. Yeah, dropped 1 point overall. And the live stream didn't go live and the backup didn't record. Or if it did, I can't find it. I don't know where it is. I've looked everywhere on this thing and I can't find it, which is really annoying. I can tell you, drivers were buttoning law. What? Concurrent races error? Where the hell did that come from? What the? Really? Bullshit. Where do I get a concurrent races error? Hang on, I can tell you exactly. Where are we? Here we go. Was Lawson and Button in all of them. Silverwater I used Frost. Baku I used Surf. Spain I used Livewire, and Monaco I used Prince. A win streak? No, I already blew that. Come on. Bizarre. Yeah, it was softs in, both on softs in Silverstone, and Spain was 5 wets on both, and the other two were 3 soft, 4 medium, I think. Oh, no, it wasn't backwards. What's the other one? What was the other one? Yeah, Monaco was 3 soft, 4 medium as well. But the whole race, Monaco was catch-up. It was qualifying, it was terrible. Our Button was level 4. I used Button out of curiosity, and he worked really well, which surprised me. But like with the 10%, it's like giving them 2 extra levels. Yeah, if it hadn't been for that, I probably would have used Russell. No, got to make sure I pit this time. Oh, here's something. If you hit overtake and hit conserve, it fills up your power unit about 3 times faster. Man, it looks so slow when you do it in this view. I wonder why I got that 15-minute concurrent. That's weird. Strange. But then again, I've had some really strange things happen playing this game today. Not close enough. Oh, another gold. Coin timer's about to run out. But I'll keep going until I get another gold. Saying that, the stream will probably crash now. Wow, the top 10 in qualifying. And the British qualifying was interesting. Well, just the cars that are in it. I don't know who actually gets it yet, so we'll see. What have we got? Vegas again. Well, whoa. Does everyone know what the qualifying order was for the sprint in the GP? 12th. My God, I can't get your act together. Wow. Interesting top 10. Well, there's going to be one very upset Englishman on the grid tomorrow. Well, look at that. Antonelli and Ocon were together. Still too far behind P1. Oh, I thought that was the last lap. Ugh. Look how fast these Mercedes are. They just pull away. Sonic Wave Racing. Ugh, Vegas. There's nothing about Vegas I like. Nothing. Can't get over how fast the Mercedes went. Maybe they have overtake as well. He's in P1, he shouldn't. Just drive straight past. Crazy. Let's see if I can jump him. He'll drive straight back past me though. So I'm going to run out of tyres right on the line. Yep, I knew it. Actually, go back. Ooh. Gold crate. Wow, I've just heard the dumbest comment any Formula One commentator's ever made. The crowd gave Lewis a couple of extra tenths. What a load of garbage. That rates right up there with home ground advantage. I'm going to have to crawl around. I need to kill time. Hey Joshua. Been watching for a while. You push in inspiring. Let me push while watching. Look at how far ahead this Mercedes is. They're crazy fast. Absolute madness. There's a whole straight in front. Look, that's nuts. Russell. What's your view and predicts for tomorrow's race? I'd like to see Piastri win, but I'm Australian, so That shouldn't be unusual. I reckon there's a really good chance Antonelli's going to win it. But, you know, Hamilton wants to make it 10. So, Max wants to beat Lewis. And Norris wants to win again, make it 2 in a row. So, 2 Silverstones in a row. So there's a lot of incentive for everybody. You know, George wants to beat Kimi. Lewis wants to beat everybody, same as Norris. Kimi wants a good, needs a good race after the bad luck he's had, or after the last couple of races. I think the Ferraris are good on one lap, but over a whole race, I don't think they've got it. You know, and everyone can say, oh yeah, but Lewis won in wherever it was. But, you know, you can't deny he got a good safety car. So, we'll see what happens. Who knows, it might rain and throw everything up in the air. That'd be fun. I like a good wet race in Silverstone. We've got 3 hours for that legendary. Oh, should I, shouldn't I? Have I had enough? What time is it? It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Who knows? They could all screw it up. And Hadjar might win. Yeah, what do you got? Lawson and Lindblad in the top 10. Hadjar. Thing about Formula One is anything could happen. If Lewis wins, the place will go crazy. What do you got? 3 Brits in the top 10, or 3 Brits in the top. Top 5? Yeah, 3 Brits in the top 5. They could all take each other out. You know? George might do the big lunge at the first corner and take them all out. And Lawson might win. Geez, that'd be an upset, wouldn't it? Considering the rumour is his history for next year, but anyway. Oh, cool. What perks do you get with that pass? What do you get with a paddock pass? Or is it just like a... I've been to lots of Formula One races, but I've never bought a ticket, so I don't know what you get for each pass. Because the pass I have, I can do anything I like. I can go anywhere I feel like. If Ocon and Gasly can win, anything can happen. Well, you have played hot. Yeah, I find this game pretty easy, actually. But I've got all the assets to do it. Yeah, when I go to the F1, I get a steward's pass. Because I'm a steward. I haven't paid to go see any sort of car race for since about 1980, I think. 81 was the last time I bought a ticket to go to the car races. It's a VIP ticket that gets you into the restricted areas behind the garages where the teams and drivers walk. I'll be walking the same grounds as the F1 crews, watching prep up close. Watching prep up close. I started off as a marshal, spotting drivers and celebs depending on the package. It might include hospitality, food and drinks, pit lane walks, or even garage tours. It's expensive, things hundreds to thousands. Yeah, I originally started off as a marshal, and then just you do the courses and you go from being a standard marshal to a senior marshal, and then you decide whereabouts you want to be a marshal. You can be a flag marshal, you can be a support category marshal, you can be a pit lane marshal, just depends what you want to do. But I've got all the qualifications. I'm a scrutineer. I've got a medical qualification, scrutineer qualification, flag marshals, communications. God, what else have I got? I can't see them. They're hanging on the wall. I can't read them. I've got that many, I can't remember them all. And then eventually you go and do a steward's course and you get your steward's badge. And then from a steward you can go and be a clerk of the course, which I've got as well, but that's a hassle. It's my third, it's kind of cool. And not unless you come to either Australia, Singapore, used to be Malaysia. Depends where I get an invite to. I am a member of the FIA. I've been a member of the FIA for about 25 years. I've got my FIA licence and member of the FIA safety. What do they call it now? They changed all the names for some stupid reason. It used to be called the safety board, but they changed it to something, the safety something, I can't remember. Oh yeah, they are. Even here in Australia, man, the price, like the tickets are unbelievably expensive. Thanks, Josh, but it's nothing special. Once you become a marshal, you become a member of the FIA anyway, so get a little FIA credit card pass. I've already got asset trading. I've had it for about a week. What did it say? Josh, become a marshal, man. You get to hang out with the drivers. You get to, like, see the cars up close. I've had lunch with drivers. Like, I've known Lewis since he first got into Formula. I know all of them. I've met every single F1 driver for the last, Jesus, 40 years? Become a marshal and then look after the support categories because it's a lot more fun than being a flag marshal. Being a flag marshal sucks. Yeah, years ago you could. They were 90 bucks each. And that lasted one season because everybody bought them. Because there was no limit on the amount you could buy. How do you get it so fast? Be patient. Don't race through the series. I'll show you. I've been sitting in Series 11 for weeks. And I'll show you how, all right? There's Series 12. I've been sitting on one flag for 3 weeks, at least. You don't let the game dictate when you move up. Hang on a second, I'm going back. I'm missing. It's moving that quick. I'm missing something. I only get like four messages at a time. Are you closest? Yes. Another question. With 50 boost points to spend, What would your boost be like? What stars are you giving out of 50? Now look, with 50 boost points to spend. You mean these CC points, these things? $50. Oh wow, I never noticed that before. The ones you could buy for 5 now are only 2. They used to all be 10. All the commons used to be 10. Wow, that sucks. What stars are you giving out of 50? Now, if we're talking about CC points, it's not a lot, so just buy the cheapest. Yeah, man, definitely become a marshal. You get to go where the public don't, man, and it's you don't need passes. You get passes. It's definitely worth it. He means premium boost with 50 stars. Means premium boost with 50. Oh, 50 stats. Hang on, let me go back and read that so I know what he. With 50 boost points to spend, what would your boost be like? Oh, okay. Race start tyres and... Oh, God. I can never think of the third one. Race start, tyres and speed. Probably 20 race start, 20 race start and 15 each of the others. Yeah, the only boost that's not in the game is race start, tyres and speed. There's like dozens of the others. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, because it's the only boost in the game that doesn't exist. With race start, tyre and speed, man, people would use them everywhere. We've been asking for that boost for 5 years. And for some reason, they just won't make it. And nobody who's been playing this game for years can understand why they won't do it. Nobody. Yeah, they will. I wouldn't be able to count the amount of times that people have asked Hutch why we don't have that boost. And they just don't get an answer. I wonder if it's because it would basically make every other boost obsolete. Yeah, but you wouldn't use it. You'd only use them in GPs. It's like Eagle. Most people only use Eagles in GP. Most people only use Frost in GPs. Same as Nazar. You know, like there are certain boosts in this game that you only use in GPs because they're almost impossible to get. You know, Rooster, Zar, Nazar, Frost. They just don't come up. You know, we don't get Rooster anymore. Yeah, but Pumpkin is still a Halloween boost, and Halloween still comes around. See, Rooster is one of the best boosts in the game, but you only used to get it with the French GP. We don't have a French GP. You know, when was the last time you saw Gladiator in a GP? Well, Gladiator's a great boost, but you don't get it. Probably because they haven't updated it, I suppose. I don't know. You want to see my boost stats? Do you really want to see it? Yeah, I don't know where Surf used to come from. I don't know where we got Surf from. You really want to see my boost, do you? Okay, I'll show you my boosts. You get a freak. You can't figure out what boost you're missing. There's a lot of them. Do I? Oh yeah, I've got quite a few. But I've been collecting them for 7 years, so yeah, I don't know how many there is now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 67. So there's 20 boosts they don't have. I haven't seen Rooster, Tsar, Gladiator, Hook, Schooner, I can't think of the rest. Let me see. Surf, Samba's Brazil. I don't know what Unstoppable would be in. Exception, I haven't seen that one for a while. Rooster. Impact was a special boost. So I doubt that will ever pop up again. That was given for some special occasion. That's why there's only 10 of them. Don't know about Ode. Skull used to be Brazil. No, Skull used to be Mexico, sorry. Lumberjack was Canada. Palm was Abu Dhabi. Cranberry, I've got no idea where that came from. I don't remember where that came from. Champion was a special one, something to do with some dart player. Schooner, I got no idea where that came from. I don't know where Butterfly came from. Tsar was Russia. Tulip was Austria. Deadfast used to be good, but it's useless nowadays. I don't know where Hook came from. Oh, Hook, I think, came from Vietnam. Oh, no. That's where Schooner came from Vietnam. Hook, I think, came from Korea. Reindeer was a Christmas GP once. Well, it used to be a Christmas GP every year until they actually brought one out that said Christmas. Vice used to be Miami. I don't know if it still is. Movember was a special one for Movember. A lot of these used to pop up in the non-GP weeks. Glitch was Vegas. Where was Street Shark? Where'd that come from? It was Saudi, was it? Yeah, that's right, it was too. Hook was Portugal. Oh, okay. Ferrell was that event with Albon, Australia. Yeah, a lot of them will. There'll be a few that once you run out, that's it. I doubt you'll see them again. Like that Tsar, that's a really good boost. Like that is such a good, it doesn't look much, but that used to work so good around Spain. For some reason, that boost was just one of the best. So we ain't getting that one for a while, if we ever get it again. Maybe they're trying to thin them out. Exception used to be Imola. That's where that used to come from. A few years back. And then they changed it and used to get Gladiator at Imola. Dragons China. Taurus is now Spain, or has always been Spain. Prince has always been Monaco. Frost used to be... Where did we used to get Frost from? Was that... Frost, I think, was originally the British Grand Prix. Yeah, you're right. Exception was Easter. It just worked really well. It used to work really well at Imola. Yeah, you get these special ones like Easter, November, Halloween, Christmas. Used to be one we used to get for Mother's Day. What was that? There was one that used to pop up for Mother's Day. Yeah, they changed. Frost, I think, came up as a... One year it was the British Grand Prix and then they went to Cuppa. It's been Cuppa ever since. There was one that was Mother's Day. What was Mother's Day? Maybe it was Butterfly. I don't remember. There's so many of them. Like, honestly, I don't know why we need any more than 52. Confetti used to be... Was confetti the first Vegas? I don't remember. There's so many of them. Yeah, Frost was the... I remember what it was. Frost was the winter event. Yeah, firework was New Year's. Yeah, Tsar is extinct. I doubt that'll come back up because that was Russia. Hey, Eleanor, how was your performance? How was your play? Yeah, but you can see, like, there's way too many. All those boosts, 67 different boosts, and not one race start tyres and speed. You know, I was watching Satiri's stream, and he's made a graphic listing all the different boosts, and there's like some of them. There's like 10 that are all the same, have all the same stats, just different amounts, just different numbers. But yeah, it's just way too many. Like you won't get. Let's go through and see how many you won't get anymore. Go back to the top. Samba they could do without. Maybe Unstoppable. Exception, they sort of stopped the Easter ones. I'm a bit under the weather. That's no good. You can't enjoy it if you don't feel well. I've started burning them in Duels because I don't think I'll play next season. I burn mine in Duels because I've got so many of them. Oh, this is gameplay. I think it's alright. I don't find a problem with it. What was the Indian one? Yeah, as far as the gameplay goes, I don't find a problem with it, but I play it different. I play this game differently to everybody else. So, what was the Indian one? Oh, who knows? I would have thought it was gin for some reason. Yeah. To me, it seems more jerky. Cars hit each other more. They've always done that. Get stuck more, being wrong tyre, on, and so on. It jumps around. It's a lot more jerky than it used to be. Like, you know, you'll you'll pass a car, and then all of a sudden the screen will jerk, and the car you've just passed is like 2 seconds up the road. That's annoying. Doesn't feel as fluid. I don't remember it being as jerky as it has been the last couple of years. Cars hit each other more. Cars have always hit each other. One thing that does bug me with this game is when the race starts, they all dive to the left. Like, that makes no sense to me. You know, there's no reason for them to have all the cars just go straight to the left-hand side. Under DRS, they hit each other on straights. No, I don't. It does happen, but I don't think it happens any more than it always has. But I also make sure that I'm not sitting up some car's rear when I put it on. Yeah, you wait until you're strong in the shoes. Maybe don't notice the racing itself. Yeah, I don't start from the back of the grid. Like, that's just beating your head against a brick wall as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I don't go to another series until I consistently qualify in like the top 10 minimum and the top 6 ideally. You know, I'm too competitive. I hate struggling when I play a game. Yeah, I know, especially with the cost of the upgrades. Like, you literally have to win 95 out of 100 races. Yeah, I didn't bother in the lower series, Raph. I started in like Series 7, I think, with the goal of racing in contender. Yeah, exactly. Sprints, ideally, like, I want to do sprints at the absolute maximum 5 races. You know, ideally you want to do them in 4, but a maximum is 5. The thing with this game is you have to think about how you're going to play this game right at the beginning of the season. Like, that's my philosophy. Like, but that comes from experience. Like, you know, I used to do, for the first 3 years I played this game, I never went past Series 10 because CC points meant nothing. Yeah, that'd be ideal. If you can do sprints with free boosts, perfect. The only trouble is, free boosts are actually hard to get. You know, you might get, I think, what's it work out? When you do the ads, you get, what's it, about 1,000 a year? See, I've still got them. Like, I've got 435. The only thing I've used CC points for is to upgrade Charge Core. I used 2 to get it to level 2, and I used 2 to get it to level 7. That's it. That's all I've used them for. I used 170, which gave me 2 to get it to level 2, and then I used 170 to get it to level 7. That's it. They're pretty pointless. You know, everyone going and getting Series 12, and within a week, the drivers are pointless. Yeah, I don't find... I did this a couple of years, or maybe 3 years ago. I did the same thing. CC points went and got a Series 12 driver. It was great for a while, but you ended up with such a high team score. You had one driver starting way up the front. You had another driver starting like midfield at the absolute best, and it wasn't that hard to get beat. You know, it was like the old good driver, bad driver strategy. You know, people that have a really good driver that would start in the top 3 and a bad driver that would start dead last, but all you had to do was get 10th and 11th and you won. So, like, personally, CC points are good for the upgrade that you're having trouble getting. It works for a while, Raph, but it's very... If you come up against a good player, you're going to lose, because they have both their drivers at about both the same levels. Usually the car's better because, you know, the team scores are roughly the same, but your Series 12 driver hypes that score up so much that usually, like, I've come against people this year, 2 Series 12 drivers, and they start close to the front, but their car is trash. So within one lap, you're in front of them. You know, another thing that'll kill you in this game is being impatient. But CC points, man, they're so overrated. The only benefit to the end of season score is your crate timer. Crate timer is gold. Especially now the prices are a lot dearer. But I remember, like, legendary crates, 24 hours to wait for a legendary crate to open. Or, you know, 8 hours for a gold crate to open. You know, it's like, oh, come on. I'll just save it for new Series 12 bucks, which will inevitably come. I just use it for the upgrade that I've been waiting for and can't seem to get. You know, a lot of people went and bought Lawson. Up. And before you know it, you're racing in Series 7 against people who have built their car up through the series, and you've got to get rid of Lawson to be competitive. Or you've got other drivers that are now better than Lawson that you've just wasted, you know, 2/3 of your points on. Yeah, they sure did. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. That's what it did, Eleanor. I don't know, right? I've got nothing to do with Hutch. I refuse to have anything to do with Hutch. So when they brought the thing out saying what the CC's points were going to be and all that, something struck, and I remember saying, I don't know why they're being so generous. 250-day crate timer, when the year before you got like 3 months if you were lucky. If you did really well, you got 3 months. And it's like 250 days. Look, why are they being so generous? And I think just out of like a random thought, on one stream I said, I wonder if they're going to hike up the prices of the crates or extend the length of the crates. Because what they do, they up the prices of the crates. It was like, and then when it came out, it was like, you're joking. Like, it surprised me that they backtracked. But, I think they had too many players threatening to quit. But again, if their intention was to slow players down, what it actually ended up doing was making a greater gap between the haves and the have-nots. I don't think you should be able to, like in the first 3 series, I don't think you should be able to use boosts. So everybody's got an equal chance. And I'm talking mainly about beginners, right? If you're a beginner in this game now, if you stick it out for 3 months, you've got to be a masochist. Well, because I can't imagine how a beginner, I'm not talking about someone who's played the game for years and has a free-to-play account and knows, they know all the tricks of the game. They know all about everything. They know all about the tyres, all about the weather, all about boost, not so much boost, but all the tracks. They know all that. They've already got all that information. But for someone who doesn't have any of that information and starts from scratch, where's the incentive for them to stick around? They're going to get beat all the time, which means they're not going to build their bank. They're not going to be able to upgrade parts. They're not winning races. GPs are a dream. Yeah, exactly, Raf. That's exactly what I'm getting at. I don't think they should be able to use boosts in at least junior GPs, and it's probably an argument for them not using boosts in challenger GPs, but I don't think people should be allowed to use boosts in junior GPs, and I don't think they should be allowed to use boosts in the first 3 series at least, and give beginners a chance to actually get hooked on the game. Play the game, win races, upgrade parts, get an investment in the game before it becomes harder. Whereas now, day one, it's hard. It's real hard. Everything you've got to learn about the game, and basically you're going to get flogged. Yeah, but how many beginners have got... Where are beginners supposed to get premium boosts from? Where they made the reason everybody uses boosts is because a few years back, they doubled the impact of the boosts. Boosts were never as strong as what they are. And they really didn't make that much of a difference in Duels. Because all you had to do was win. Yeah, exactly, Eleanor. You know, I forgot what I was talking about. Oh, yeah, like beginners, they're never going to get premium boosts. '24, I think. 23 was a great season. Like it was. Like I loved 23. I wish I could have 2023 every year. Like it was just magic. They actually had the game. You know, there wasn't this great club rivalry. You know, oh, we've got to do this to beat that club. Blah, blah, blah. It was a really, really good year. But I'm a bit biased. I had a great year in 23. Like I won 27 GPs. Like it was just... Yeah, I've got really good memories of 23. Well, winning GPs in 23 was just all that do was enter, basically. It was magic. And then, yeah, come 24, they started playing with the game and changing it around, and it's gotten harder and harder and harder and harder. You know, 23, I don't even think you had I don't even think you had medium tyres. I think it was just softs and hards. That was it. So it made like tyre choice easy. I don't even think the weather changed. I think it was either dry or it was wet. But it was just, the game worked really well. And then, yeah, for some reason they decided to double up everything, double up all the boosts. And by that stage, people who'd been playing it from the beginning had a good quantity of them. So they started using them. So then everybody had to use them because if you didn't, you weren't going to win. And it's just got worse and worse and worse. You know, I wouldn't even mind if they, except they won't do it, I wouldn't mind if they banned boosts in Duels. You know, last year I got to a point where I could race in Duels and I didn't have to use boosts at all. And it was a lot more fun to play. You know, your strategy wasn't dictated by the boosts. You know, you saw them. You saw how many boosts I've got, right? If I can do a one stop in a race, I'll do it. And that's because I don't want to burn extra boosts. Whereas last year when I got to the point where I didn't need to use boosts because I had like Podium Star, Legendaries Podium like Senna and Schumacher, I could race without using boosts and it was a lot more fun. You could play around with strategies. You could do two stops. You weren't worried about what strategy to use because you were burning through boosts. Have you ever maxed out all assets in a season? No. I've never maxed out Series 12 anythings. I've maxed out everything up to Series 10, up to and including Series 10. I've maxed a few maybe Series 11, but I've never maxed out anything in Series 12 ever. I don't feel like if I don't use boosts, I'll lose. Yeah, exactly. And that's what everybody thinks, and that's why everybody uses them. And then you come up against guys like me. You know, there's a lot of people in this game that have been playing it for a lot of years and have a big bank full of boosts. And how are you going to win against a guy like me? I've got 100 and something thousand. You know, I'm not trying to like blow my own trumpet. It's just reality. I know what boost to use on what track, do what strategy, what tyres, you know. It's very hard to beat a person like me. And that's just the reality of the game. You know, if I have a really good close race, it's usually a guy that's got, you know, a way higher team score. But anyone that's been watching my streams, I rarely get anyone within like 100 of my team score. So it's just easy. And in a way, it's a bit unfair for like most players because they're going to lose. You know, I've raced, in some streams, I've raced the same guy 10 times. And I've beaten him 10 times. Well, that takes a toll on coins. You know, and it's just the reality of the game. It means you've found a good flag. Well, that's part of what I do. My current team score, hang on, wrong way. Right, let's go have a look at my contender team scores, right? There's my contender team score. That's my speed setup. 1443. Right? My corner and setup, 1413. Power, 1400. My Series 11 setup, at the moment, is only 1485. You know, and that's, well, okay. There's a different Series 11 setup, right? It's 1508. This one's 1485, and there's a bucket load more speed. You know, like, that's what I mean. Like, I build the car and then go to the next series. And that's why I have this. That's why I have that. One more flag to unlock. And it's been like that for 3 weeks. I can just keep racing Series 11, keep building up the car, and eventually I'll go to Series 12 and I won't be starting from the back. But it's patience and racing and racing and lots of racing. Because last year a contender legend, his best stat was 56, now it starts at 65. Tell you the truth, Raph, I don't remember a lot of stats and stuff from last. I can't even remember the names of parts from last year. The only thing, yeah, I remember Teeter Totter. The only thing I've got to take into consideration is that crate timer. The more time I sit in the lower series, the more that crate timer burns away, and it's less time that I can use it in Series 12. And as it is, there'll be, what did I get, 250 days, so that's what, 8.5 months? 3.5 months without a crate timer in Series 12 is going to be murder. So at some point, I made a decision that I'd like to be in Series 12 with 180 days to go. So there's 9 days left. And I've got to make that decision. Well, that's another thing too, Raph. When are they going to come in? You know, I notice when you go down to objectives, oh, it doesn't say it in this one, does it? I noticed in that it had, use any special, legendary, rare or whatever it was drivers. So you know they're coming. Well, that's it, Eleanor. That's the other thing too. If your crate time is less, there's actually more of a reason to get to Series 12. So you can maximise, as much time as you can on that timer, because it makes a huge amount of difference. Basically you can get 2 crates for the time of 1. All those have gone for Series 12. Yeah, did it for nothing, exactly. Yeah, you can have a good Series 12 driver level, and then the Podium Star Legends come out and never used them again. So you waste all that time. December, because that's when standard GPs end. I would like well, okay, let's say that next year they go back to what it used to be when the new season, so say it goes back to May. I'd like them to be out by the 1st of December. I'd at least like to get 6 months. But my brain is telling me we're likely to get them about the 1st of February. And I hope I'm wrong. The reason I think it might be February is to force people to spend to level them up for the next year's crate timer. If the percentages are the same this season as they were last season, I think they'll probably leave it to about 3 months to go, to force people to spend to try and level them up to get to that next level. But personally, I'd like to see them come out by around the beginning of December, just so that you've got time to level them up without having to just empty your credit card on them. But we shall see what happens. We all know how Hutch thinks. There's running a business and there's getting greedy. And you can decide which one you think it is. Yes, exactly. There should be more opportunities to get them. Yeah, they did, didn't they? Gave you specials and turbocharged specials, and then brought out the podium stars, which made every other driver irrelevant, which really hacked a lot of people off. Only those who can't improve the game get greedy. That's the final stage of business. Well, they get too greedy, people stop playing it. Yeah, I was really, really lucky with the podiums last year. The very first podium, legendary podium star I got was Senna. And then, the very first one I got was Lauda. And then the second one I got was Senna. And that was like within 3 days of them coming out. And that's from that moment on, that's all I used until I got Schumacher. I got Schumacher about a week later. And then that's all I used. And that was it. You know, like, you hardly had to do anything. You just won. Yeah, I was super lucky. "12 hours in a row, what are you, a masochist?" My head would explode. I got Norris and got a Champs P1, then they introduced Legends. Yeah. I got, my one and only Champs P1 was with Brabham last year, which I thought was appropriate. Like, I won a Champs P1 with an Australian driver. My first P1 last year was the very last GP. Well done. I got my first Champs P1 last season out of all the seasons I've played. That's the only one I've got. Well, geez, you're doing pretty good. Doing pretty good for someone who's only played 6 months. So you started in January and you won a Champs P1 in April. Wow. God, everyone, give Eleanor a round of applause for that one. She deserves it, man. I played for 6 seasons before I got mine. Everyone should be ahead of him. I'm just saying. Me and Azza don't get on. We are what do they call? What do they say? We are cordial. Cordial? Not cordial. Cordial. I don't know. We are begrudgingly friendly. My headaches, I get massive headaches if I play this game for too long. Yeah, I'm banned on everything as it has. I'm banned from his Discord. I'm banned from his streams. I call him out. He doesn't like that. But when we come across each other in like Andy's stream or Satiri's stream or that, we say hello to each other, but that's about as far as it goes. You know? But on the other hand too, like, hey, I give the guy credit, he puts a lot of effort in. You know? All his strategy guides and his little videos he makes about different things that happen. And when he made that video where he pointed out rather professionally what could be better in the game, and then Hutch spanked him for it, like, I stuck up for him over that because I reckon that was wrong. That video he made, there was nothing, he didn't say anything in that video that was nasty towards Hutch. All he did was list what could be better in the game. He did a video where he just pointed out little things in the game that could be better. That's all he did. He didn't, no name call, no, it was like, just, you probably, I don't know if it's still up actually, Hutch might have made him take it down. But it was just things he thought in the game, sorry, no, not even what he thought. Things people were saying in his Discord and in his streams and that could be better in the game. So he made a video about it and he listed all the things that people were that people had said could be better in the game. And I watched it, I agreed with everything he said. But then Hutch slapped him for it. Yeah, it was a while ago. Yeah, it probably is about that long ago. I think it was like very late the season before last. But, you know, he was right. Everything he said was right. Everything he said in that video was what everybody who played the game was saying. Yeah, that's the one where cars were going left at the start. Just everything that people said. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Raph. They still do. Yeah? But then Hutch slapped him over it, man. Kicked him out of the creator program for like or banned him for a month or something. And it was like, how petty are you? And that's why I won't have anything to do with Hutch. I will never join Hutch in any way. Now, I thought that was really unfair, and I've said it numerous times since he said it. Since I found out that, you know, Hutch slapped him over it. It was unfair. You know, putting personal differences aside, the guy does a lot for this game. Have you seen the new creator they have been promoting? I was at that William, I can't pronounce, Willisium or something. I watched one of his videos and it was garbage. If that's the same guy. Like I watched one video and the video went for like 4 minutes and he like showed the start, one lap in the middle and the end of the race. That was it. It was like, why? Yeah, well, apparently they're paying like gamers on Twitch and TikTok to promote the game, and they don't even play the game. Yeah, I watched that dude's videos, man. It was like, come on, like at least show the whole race. And I don't think I've watched him since. And he only seems to do, I think from when I looked through it, he sort of only did videos like every month or so. Yeah, that was the only time I'd actually watched a video. I think I watched a couple of videos and they were both the same and it was like, yeah, no, I'm not watching that. Apparently that's a licensing problem. Because everything they do in this game, they have to get a license to do it. Well, actually, it's funny you bring up Bernie. I spoke to Bernie in Melbourne and I asked her about that ad. And I just said, did you really do an ad for F1 Clash or was that AI? And she just said, we'll just have to see, won't we? She didn't admit it. She didn't deny it. Because I'd been told that it was AI. Hey, they paid Bottas and Perez, and I know that wasn't AI. So, you know, who knows how much that cost. During the Australian Grand Prix, here in Australia, every ad break on free-to-air TV had an F1 Clash ad in it. Every single ad break. No, they're not. I've never seen an ad for F1 Clash anywhere, apart from, you know, in F1 Clash's actual socials, until this year's Australian Grand Prix, and every single ad break on free-to-air TV had an F1 Clash ad in it. Which at first, when I was watching it, I thought I must have been I must have been streaming it. I noticed recently that every F1 content creators like P1 with Matt and Tommy are promoting F1 Clash now as a sponsor. Really? I don't watch a lot of them. I don't watch a lot of F1 commentating streams or videos. They kind of drive me nuts. I find a lot of times they say some really stupid things because they're speculating. But that's interesting. They must be spending a fortune on advertising that. But yeah, apparently they're paying a lot of TikTokers. And the only thing that TikTokers have got are huge followings. That's it. They don't even play the game. So, okay. It's interesting. Yeah, well. I wonder how many people actually play this game. When I was looking through that Nations Cup, I was amazed at some of the scores that some of these countries had. Which, if you translate it, showed that there was a lot of players. Like, there's a lot more players here in Australia than I thought. Oh, damn, wrong one. Hit the wrong button. Marketing to get new players only for them to find out to boost in balance and join the Discord whining. Yeah. I don't know why it would be interesting to know how many new players per month take this game up and how many are still playing it 3 months later. Especially when you join like halfway through. Like, what is it? July, so that's what? May, June, 2 months. 2 and a bit months since it started. You know, the reality with this game is that probably most people wouldn't. I would think you'd have to play this game for basically a whole year before you could expect to do any good at it. Yeah, maybe there should be an incentive for each year you play. But then again, what would you get? Hey, did you see in that in the community thing they did the other day, where when you went to the rewards, P2 was a better reward than P1? Do you know Bad Nash dude just posted on F1 Clash Discord here? 17,000 timeless boosts. $17,000. What did he do? Mortgage his house? Man, that's crazy. 17 grand. That's what do you get? 320, 500 maybe. 500, 34. Wow. I think Andy's right that there should be a perk for people who constantly race GPs. Protect groupings if you want, but people not playing GPs until the last few months. Yeah, I see your point, but I'm not quite sure how that'd work. I think GP groups should be random. I don't think GP groups should be set every week like they are. Like last year, I raced against the same, and I can only talk about the top 10 because they're the only ones I ever used to look at. I used to race against the same top 10 players every single week. Like last year, I got a contender P1 in the second GP of the year. And from that moment on, I was in the same group with the same top 10 players every single week. And I think that's ridiculous. Oh, back in the old days when if you got 40, like when teams used to get together and all enter the GP at the same time, and then they'd do one race each. They'd all get 47, and because they were all equal, they'd all get through. I remember those. Yeah, sandbagging in quality to get easier groups. I think it should be random. I think they should throw you into a group, whatever group is the next, like, they should start off at whatever, okay, it's 6 o'clock, 6 p.m. here, right? At 6 p.m, you start your GP, you get thrown into a group, and the person who starts at 6:01 gets second and third and blah, 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 blah. When that group's filled up, then they go to the next group, and as you enter the GP, you get put into the group that's got a vacancy. Not this, oh, well, we'll stick you in this group with the same bunch of people every single week. If it was random, everybody would have a chance of winning a GP. These predetermined groups are just a pain. They're just... I know people that used to get thrown into the same group as the 10 I'm talking about, and they just wouldn't rate. They'd say, well, what's the point? They've got no hope of winning, so they just wouldn't do the GP. I think so. My thought is you should be thrown into a group at the time you enter the GP. Be it opening round, qualifying, final round, whatever it is, you get thrown into the next group that's got a vacancy and that's it. Which I would think wouldn't be that hard to do. One thing they probably should do is stop telling people how each group is determined. You know, the more information that they put out about this game, the more information you've got to manipulate it your way. But GPs, I think, should be random. I don't think boosts should be used in junior GPs. But that's just my thoughts. We should have more of these streams where we just talk. There's one benefit about being banned by Hutch. They don't know when you go live. I've got an argument with YouTube at the moment. I found out they're putting ads in my videos, and to me that's wrong. I don't need the cash. Like, I don't get anything from YouTube, but they're putting ads in the videos. So I don't think that's right. I just remembered something. I'm supposed to have visitors coming over today. Oh, it's okay. Crap. I just closed YouTube. It's alright, they haven't sent me a message. Come back here. It's alright, they haven't sent me a message, so they're only coming over to drool over something I've got. Alright, Abby, I probably should too. It's 9:30 in the morning and I'm starving. I need to make some breakfast. Anyway, everyone, thanks for the chat. It's been interesting talking to everybody. Yep, totally agree, Eleanor. I'm interested in what people think about the game. You know, and honestly, they don't have to worry what they say. You know, sometimes on Az's and Andy's, you've got to be a bit careful about what you say, you know, because you don't really want to upset Hutch, because they're probably watching them for all I know, maybe. But you don't want to, like, you really don't want to upset whatever could be going on. But on mine, you can say whatever you like. I don't care. So, thanks for dropping in. And here you go. This live stream's been running for hours and hasn't played up at all. Sometimes it runs for 10 minutes and it drops out. Drives me nuts. But anyway, thanks for joining, everybody. Have a good day, evening. Oh, you know us well, Eleanor. Yes, we're very, got something to say, just say it. You know, we're not as thin-skinned as a lot of people. You know, I suppose it comes from, you know, having 40-degree summers and half the country's a desert, whatever they reckon. You know, spiders that invade your house and want to kill you. And crocs in your local river. You know, we're pretty thick-skinned out here. Anyway, thanks for joining. Have a good day, night, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. Have a good GP. Be back later on tonight, probably in about 12 hours' time, with with OR. Eleanor, Avi, Bob, Raph, Joshua. I'll probably miss someone, but you know, that's me. Have a good one, everybody. I'll be back in about 12 hours' time with opening round. See what mess I can make of that. Bye, people.